What the? All right, good afternoon. It's 4:20. Go ahead and get the drainage meeting started. Thank all members for present. Item number 1, update on the Lord Texas Monterey Commission Road, Himalaya Canal. Mr. Salvo. You got any update, Mr. Bro? I tried. You're supposed to have some information for this meeting.
Well, things will have the information. I did talk to them, but I wanted to do the your section. Now, we're going to get in touch with the Bridal Freshwater District. See if they can come take those streets out.
You might show up later on this.
I gotta get the streets out, which might have been difficult. That would be easy.
We'll see if he shows up later on.
Yeah.
All right, item number 2, request approval to reappoint applicant Junior Mabel Pipster and Michelle subdivision family district 311. Motion by Mr. Manchester, second by Mr. McLaren, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3, request approval for drainage for project overage 93,199 in the amount of $210.
Well, that's it, water, that's it.
That was, 93199, that is the recording of the contract for Byron Talbot.
That's wrong.
All right, with that one?
Yeah, $210, I got.
Motion,
Second by Mr. Rose, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4, update on CA for installation of culverts and drainage work.
Mr. Flacco, I had a meeting earlier. He has the paperwork. He wants to review it a little more. Anything else, Mr. Flacco?
No, it's in line. There's a couple of questions we got over the years in terms of, make sure that we're getting the final form. And all the T's crossed the other dots, so I should have that over the next few weeks.
Just if you have some projects detailed out. Thank you, sir. All right. Item number 5, request approval to install catch basin at 4230 Plantation Drive.
My dad is not here, right now, but I did speak to him earlier on about this project. And, it's just a project that's constructing the catch basin. Material to build a catch basin, $600, actually, $600 estimated project for $100.
you was okay with it?
Yes.
Are we building these basins or we buying catch basins?
Well, he wanted me to allocate directly, but build a catch basin.
How much catch basin would cost to get it constructed? Because if
didn't
we can
price this
save money,
particular
we'll
one.
save money.
But I didn't price this particular one.
Price it out.
All right.
Let's approve the $1,200. Price it out, and if it's cheaper, they, that's already built. Let's do that. Instead of. All right. Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Brewer, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6, request approval to install an alcohol at 3809, Highway 308. Estimated project cost $7,112. What you?
Yes, I'll speak to them about this one. And, just relax two brands to multiple residents along the highway. Or it's about,
Across from everywhere.
on the block and railway and the property, whatever, depending on the filing they ran on both sides.
Except that, no, not at all.
No, there's nothing at all. The new installation on alcohol.
Where's the water draining in now?
It comes out, a steep cross culvert, but it's held up. Because there's a higher ridge going towards the 10th bridge. So the water comes back, stays in the ditch, doesn't actually get out. So we're assisting about putting in this outflow ditch.
Everybody had one out there.
No, it's gonna be some new build there, there's a big lot.
I make a motion on, get it right.
I'll check.
If you work with GOTD to see about the slopes of the state road and coming to this low point, go to drain, is that the best location to put it? Based on where their slopes are?
Well, according to what I see, well, I have not looked at the LTD on it, but when we look at the elevation, it rises on both sides, it comes to a center point, that's what all the time about. But if you question, I'll reach out to them. We'll do some more homework.
What is the nearest outcome? 2 days.
That's a good way, is it probably, I'm not gonna get it down, but, you know, you're looking at a good, 1,200 plus feet, more or less. I'm not,
This that needs to be swept out.
so get it on, leave it on, the water all comes right there, where they're sitting in that little belly.
I just think we spend a lot of drainage water here that you know it's been project.
Motion on the floor.
Motion by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Pro, all in favor. Any opposed?
Nay.
1 day.
That's preferred to be reviewed by the LTD before we spend this money on.
Right, fine, do that in. Yeah, do it that way, maybe it can change. Right, item number 7, first approval for culvert replacement at 256 Cinder Street. Estimated project cost $4,950. He's gonna be out.
He's a, I was getting ready to tell you, he don't have enough for this. But the sheet shows cost of 5,000
For Center Street, yeah.
and the agenda says 4,000.
They wrote it, Evans, or
He doesn't have enough, he's short. With the 4,950, he's short 1,000.
You like,
So we wanna table it for now.
But the right price is 5,089?
Yeah. So, $5,089 for Center Street.
yeah,
out of month. I'm out of month. What? I'll be having.
About $1,150.
Yeah. I can tell you right now. The first day today, anybody feel generous?
Not today, but tomorrow.
Let's do 92,560. 2, 5.
Motion by Mr. Thorne. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 8, first approval for culvert replacement at Straits and North County Road. Estimated project cost $900. Motion by Mr. Patterson. Second by Mr. Bill, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9, approval for additional funds to project 93-245, estimated amount $2,100, what, 7?
Yeah, so we completed the first portion of the work that was there, but it was identified that there's a smaller culvert in the gentleman's yard indicated. If you took the second one, I'll show a different picture. So it's a 6-inch pipe coming into a 12-inch pipe. We were building that reason there, but there's no purpose to do like that reason if you still have a flood issue upstream from it. So we would actually put the driveway out and up to 12-inch PDW pipe in it, because we don't have 10-inch on our bid pricing, and it's possible that we can shrink the size of the pipe because it's only a 6-inch, but with 12 inches is gonna be in the project for now. Then I think it's viable, especially because we were ending off water catch basin there, and the gentleman getting some water runoff residents behind him and it's coming around and flooding those lots in the back. So we need to increase the drainage coming forward. If you look at the second page, I gave a real shot of it. I think it's a very, it's viable. Leroy just said it was coming in.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard.
Second.
Second by Mr. McDermott, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 10, request approval for tree catch basin repair with John Doe Fund, $70. That works, estimated project cost $1,200.
And if you look at the second picture, that's actually the ground, sticking in around the kitchen.
All right, so here's what I want to do. All right?
Okay.
I want you to dig up all around this catch basin, because this is ongoing issue that we have. That the material is constantly falling in, and due to the lack of parish employees that didn't seal their skulls correctly, that's what's happening. So dig it up, do it right. Okay? And on the backside of this house, we put the T's off that they didn't cut too. Put them down to the correct level.
We may have to come back to going as a position. Funded the project.
To fight cancer is constantly, right? Do it right. Somebody making.
Go move.
Motion by Mr. Platt. Volunteer. Do it right. Item number 11, request approval, council to install Black Gate Highway 70 Gary Street, estimated project cost $700.
So. Garrett works quite often, and then we continuously have to either close the lid or open it. And we found some old material that we have that doesn't work. There's no material across it, it's just trash, but then all of it. This is a very viable project. And not much for rain, water back up on the resident, and also it'll shorten our time span if you have to apply the tractor by being able to control the water from everywhere else.
Worse than that.
It's Black Gate is that.
Yes.
See good shape?
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Make sure it's safe. All right.
Need a motion?
I need a motion to start. Motion by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. McLaren, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12, update on North Lee Road cross border project.
Well, so just to let you know that, we reviewed the CEA with the state, authorized, and, collaborating over, he's gonna look at it, come back, I'll be able to tell you a little more about it.
All right, so you are the third parish manager that I'm dealing with on this project. I'm tired of the bullshit. Get it done. All right?
Now, the only issue, Marco, as soon as we open up that can run, ATV, they're doing their work for them. It's gonna be very difficult with those running back. So I just
It's
want
no
you to be
problem.
aware that in terms of moving forward, that these projects, highways are not ours.
That's no problem. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
Item number 13, request approval to add boost project 9349 and amount of $2732. $2,732.
That's the police chief. So,
That's something you're supposed to do, and you didn't do it, I got stuck with it.
That's why I give you that.
Anyway, I think it's project on Portland Street, and they found some cover, damaged covers on the street, further down. I got some money for it, I need like $572. But I need somebody.
You're doing both scopes of work?
Already approved, that money's already approved, like, the second, that, 109, that's something they found after they started doing the job, and that's bad, so you can't, so the one they gotta do both.
We went back and we surveyed it, and if you look at the additional culvert downstream under that driveway, is a metal culvert. I can show a pipe through it. Said it's ineffective if we don't change it, because that's the flow of the water, the direction of the water. So we're gonna have to put the driveway where it goes. And also, cross culvert wasn't identified in the first project, because you can't see it. Catch basins are collapsed on both sides. So we came back, we found it, and added, and that's actually be on the road and bridge. I guess
If you got a project, you know, that's still in the books, right, you think you got some left over from these projects? Not really.
we gotta get some more information to Kevin, see what we have left. Yeah.
Get it out of order.
40.
Because if you look at the driveway, on the front half, you can't see it because the ramp is there, but it's a plastic floor there, the metal coming out the back end. So we have to be in this section, make sure it's right, plastic at the end of the red line.
Got a motion left?
Yeah. Motion by Mr. McDermott, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. Mr. Carter, second by Mr. McDermott, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, 4:37, let's get the small committee meeting started. Item one, request approval for 2 weeks FMLA leave for assistant parish. Motion by Mr. Jenkins, second by Mr. Stackhouse, all in favor? Motion adjourned. Second by Mr. Stackhouse, all in favor? Nays, motion adjourned. We'll call the finance committee meeting to order. Regular fleet call members are present. Item one, request approval of list of bills submitted through July 3rd, 2025. So, motion by Mr. Jackson.
Second.
Second, Mr. Porter, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the Chamber of Commerce second quarter report and authorized payment.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Rivera, and with me tonight are supervisor board members Greta Kimball, Cassie Boudreau, and Tanya Pierre. Just to give you a little update on what we've been doing in the last quarter, we are in the process of planning a legislative luncheon on October 7th with our guest speaker, Dr. John Fleming, Louisiana State Treasurer. We're working on a venue for the event. We will let y'all know as our planning continues. The third edition of our quarterly newsletter has been distributed, and we have had really positive feedback. We're emailing it to all of our members, all the politicians, all of, Tanya's gonna give a copy to pass around. If there's anything y'all wanna add to it at any time, just let us know. We have also partnered with the Pierre Park Bell River Business Group. We're gonna host a business card exchange for our members on October 23rd at the Spunky Monkey. We currently have a membership drive underway. We're trying to increase our membership. We acquired a business listing from the sheriff's office for everyone who has an occupational license in the parish. So we designed these postcards. We're sending them out. They're going to get a discounted rate until September 30th if they join between now and September 30th. We're just trying to increase our membership in the parish. Let's see. We assisted Bayou Lacouche Freshwater District with their ribbon cutting for the Napoleonville Bayou-side Park Walking Trail on May 28th. And we also assisted Assumption Ready Start Network with Early Childhood Day on June 17th. We are currently awaiting dates for back to school events in our community so that we can help out where possible. Our annual banquet is going to be on February 5th. 2026, we're going with a Mardi Gras theme. We are currently still looking for a guest speaker for that event. And let's see, last, we actually need y'all assistance. On the police jury website, the link to the chamber is to our old website. I don't know if y'all can tell us who we need to call. Justin, okay, perfect.
97386.
Perfect, thank you. That is all we have for the second quarter. At this time, we ask that you can approve our second quarter allocation And we hope you all hear and see the progress we have been making. We're trying to be more visible and be more value to our businesses and the community. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thank you.
You all get it in your email, but I'm sure you don't open it, so okay.
Thank you. So, I do have, one thing that I'd like to maybe invite at least one rep from the chamber. We have a meeting, but we don't have it finalized yet. It'll either be next Friday or August 1st with, St. James Ascension and Everville Parish to discuss housing potential and business opportunities with the West Side Ascension developments coming on. It's like somebody from the chamber to kind of be aware of what's going on with that.
Sure, yeah, we would, I'm sure one of us could definitely attend, and yeah, for that and anything in the future that you think we can help with. just let us know.
As soon as the date time is finalized, I'll let y'all know and then y'all.
Perfect.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Request approval for the president to sign the addendum to the engagement letter with Eisner Ampner for audit services.
Yes, they had to revise their engagement letter to reflect the new requirements, reporting requirements for GASP 94 and GASP 62 and GASP 100, GASP 101. So that's all included, GASP 96 as well. It's all included in this revised engagement letter. We do request authorization for the president to sign. And with that, the audit is complete. I think they'll be here at the next meeting to give their report.
So motion approved by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Alcorn,
Second.
second by Mr. Pondville. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Finance committee meeting adjourned.
We'll go ahead and get started with the economic development committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Two items on the agenda. Number one, discuss proposed facility in the parish, Vanguard approvals. Everyone here? Right, all right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Lane.
My name is Oliver Wan, representing Vanguard, Ben Cooper, Jude Hauser, the TJC. Just wanted to give everyone a high-level overview of who we are. Vanguard Renewables develops, owns, and operates anaerobic digesters across the country. We were founded in 2014, so we've been operating for a little over 10 years now. And we were recently bought out by BlackRock in 2022. As of right now, we currently have 7 operating co-digestion sites. And when I mean co-digestion, I mean combination of food waste and manure going into our digesters. So we have 7 operating across the Northeast right now. And we currently have 3 under construction. So we are looking forward to hopefully developing an anaerobic digester here in Assumption Parish. To look at our strategic goals, we're trying to have around 50 facilities across the country by 2028 and hoping to divert 5 million tons of food waste a year to our facilities, as well as being able to generate renewable natural gas as a sustainable fuel. To give everyone a high-level overview of this anaerobic digestion process, we partner with local food producers and take in pre-consumer food waste. So this is stuff that is, not up to QA/QC spec with, for example, a Chobani yogurt. When they have too many chocolate chips in there and they can't sell it, to divert that going to a landfill, we actually take it into our facility and package it and mix it into a slurry, combine it with manure, and house it in a tank for around 30 days where it's heated to a temperature around 100 degrees. And within this process, we're able to secrete all the methane gas from the organic material and upgrade the gas to around 96% methane, which is, pipeline quality gas that when you turn your stove on, that's kind of what you get. And that's one of the byproducts of the digester. The other being a nutrient-rich fertilizer that comes in 2 forms. One is a liquid, which is a slurry which can be spread on farmers' fields, and the other is a solid fiber bedding, which can be either used as bedding for cows or as a soil bed. So that's just a little bit about the overview of the process itself. And something that I wanted to clarify again is the fact that we do not accept any pharmaceutical waste, plastic trash, human waste, shells, bones, or blood. This is strictly stuff that is pre-consumer food waste. So if you think about something like a truck that's going to deliver a batch of strawberries to a grocery store, if it's 2 degrees below the approved temperature, that food ends up going to a landfill and just good food that's just wasted because of, insurance and legal concerns, and that food can actually be put to good use. And in this case, thinking about renewable energy. When we built the facility itself, we think that it actually brings a lot of benefits to the farm, just because we're able to diversify their income from not only relying on the crops, but relying on the lease payment from our facility, as well as being able to save on fertilizer because of the byproducts that come through our facility. With our digestate and fertilizer that's being used, because of the organic material, a lot of the people that have facilities have noticed the odor has actually decreased compared to the commercial fertilizer that we use. So that's also another benefit that we're looking at. When looking at the community benefits, the production of our facility will obviously create a good number of construction jobs. We actually also plan to hire locally to run our site, as we're going to need around 10 to 15 operators on site, and we generally have to be nearby so that they can monitor the system 24/7, because there is like a remote access system that gives them access to the site when we're not there.
It could be black and white castle, how we want.
At least 70, yeah.
You thinking the Hyundai plant?
No, they put a Buckley Castle across from the mill, they supposed to build something like that.
Not, no, this is.
Keep going.
Other than being able to create jobs, we're also looking forward to being able to spread that fertilizer here and provide an alternate form of a nutrient-rich fertilizer to the community. To give everyone an overview about the project itself, it's going to be around 20 to 25 acres. It's going to have 2 tanks in the ground, which are 2 digester tanks, which is what's going to be housing the food waste. And we're going to have some gas upgrading equipment, as mentioned, to make sure that it's up to spec with local utilities that we'll be injecting our gas into. And we're also going to be having an above ground digestate storage tank for the project when it's so that it can hold the material for the spreading season when we plan to spread the fertilizer. Because the facility will be taking in food waste from local food producers, there's going to be some truck traffic coming in to bring in the food waste. So we're looking at around 15 to 25 trucks a day. And we're hoping to start construction in the spring of 2026 to hopefully start commissioning and operations in the summer of 2027. And on the next slide, we have just the preliminary design that we have right now of our proposed facility.
What is the building?
LA 7, north of the parish,
House Renee, knows on the right side.
little bit past, right past.
Anything hazardous, nothing hazardous,
No hazardous.
no risk to the community, or as seepage out of a tank, anything is nothing that can hurt anybody.
No, and it's all very closely regulated by the DEQ, and so we work with the state Department of Environmental Quality on permitting and ensuring that the facility is in compliance with the state regulations. So, we're working with them on an air permit on related to stormwater, investment plan for the land application, this material, to ensure that there's not over concentration of nutrients that would be spread. But again, all that's taken in the facility is either food that would be consumed by humans or a byproduct of the food production process. So there is nothing hazardous, nothing toxic, anything like that would ever be accepted.
What's the nearest facility like that? One of y'all's?
The closest facility we have is probably in Virginia. We have a facility that's just coming into operations in, Oakland, Virginia. But this would be the first one in Louisiana.
All right.
So I know you guys had a meeting with, some residents, last week, so, can you kind of tell us, summarize your opinion, how that went, what the concerns were? So, because these guys will kind of need to know what the, the citizens are concerned about and stuff like that.
Sure. We met with a few people that live in the Home Run Park neighborhood. It's about a mile north of where this facility is located. I think broadly, a lot of the initial questions that we received are just questions about what the facility would look like, what the operational hours would be. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about a facility like this. So if you're asking, if you have a flare, would the flare be running 24/7? The answer is no. If we have a flare on site, it's an emergency flare in case there was ever a reason that gas that's produced is not able to be injected into the pipeline. And so, if that was the case, we would flare gas, but certainly not operating 24/7. There were questions about the tanks where the liquid fertilizer and digestate would be stored. Measures that are in place to ensure that in a large weather event, that would not be able to, overflow into the groundwater discharge there. And so a lot of the questions that were asked were, just trying to understand what the facility would look like. Are there any risks to the community? What would their interaction with this facility be? And so we provided a ton of information to that group, and I think the meeting went really well. And I would say, from my perspective, the sentiment was fairly positive.
I'd say a common question we've received in meetings has been about odor. So you want to talk about just odor concerns?
Sure. Odor is a big question that we received, taking in food material. I think a lot of people will want to know if this will smell. And we take odor very seriously and put in really significant odor mitigation efforts in our facilities to ensure that odor is not a concern. And so the depackaging facility is in a warehouse that's fully enclosed, where the trucks that would be bringing in this palletized food waste will pull fully into this warehouse. There's a quick closed door, so it's only open for a few seconds while the truck pulls in. While it's open, there's a negative air filtration HVAC system to ensure that all the air is staying in that building. And there's a biofilter air filtration system in that building to continuously filter and regulate the air in there. And so we take up significant measures to ensure that there is no odor. And we have a number of facilities that operate in communities all over the country, and we have not received any complaints about odor, and that's something that we're really proud of and take very seriously in our operation.
For one of our facilities in Massachusetts, it's actually located kind of in the heart of the city in Agawam, and it's neighboring Little League field, and people haven't had any issues about the facility being there. Frankly, many people don't even know that it kind of exists in that corner of town.
Any other questions? So I know, there was an offer to have, some officials from the parish or even some residents maybe go visit one of these sites, your existing operating sites, to kind of see it for themselves. That's still possible. Where are we with that? Scheduling something soon, to get those concerns addressed, that, just to make sure.
Sure.
Because I mean, you have to understand, right? The citizens don't, just because you say something doesn't mean it's true for them. They want to see it for themselves and make sure that, if it is truly, no odor produced, it's kind of tough to take the person's word for it that is going to be benefiting from the facility.
Absolutely. We would love to host people from the parish up to see one of our facilities. We're working with our team to determine the logistics on that and coordinate setting that up. But we would love to host some members of the police jury and of the community to come.
Right. Because ultimately, unless we have the buy-in of the community around there, it's hard for this jury or the body to support the project.
Right.
So we just want to make sure that the residents
their concerns are addressed and that, you know,
And we'll continue to have small group meetings. It doesn't end with just that one. So
Sure.
that's a priority.
But one thing I do like, ever since y'all came and had that first initial meeting with a couple of us, and I know you have met with some of the jury members and some other leaders and stakeholders, throughout the parish. One thing I do like, y'all are doing it the right way, which is good. I think this could be the start of something, really good for Assumption Parish. It only takes one business. Y'all are doing it the right way. I do like the idea of visiting, your facility. But I do like the way that y'all doing it. Y'all following all DEQ, regulations. Y'all gonna follow it. I don't know if the state agriculture system has something, has a part in that too as well. As long as y'all following those rules and regulations, I'm in support of it. I think we need this here in this parish, and I'm in support of it.
Mr. Ward.
No, it's in his ward, but I'm in support of it.
Yeah, and we're still willing to sit down with any members we have yet to, any jurors we've yet to meet with. I've been reaching out, so, my contact's available. I'll get that to you guys. So.
Well, we welcome economic development without a doubt. We welcome good economic development, safe economic development. And I think after maybe a visit to your sites and a little bit more, reading into it, investigating, I think it's gonna be a good partnership.
we just want to make sure we don't have any negative impact on the surrounding areas and the property values of those areas, and
Assumption Parish needs to benefit from it. Without work. And I mean, the community relations piece is something we take very seriously. If we're gonna come into a community and operate for 20+ years, we want to ensure that we're being a good neighbor and that we have a really strong functional relationship with that community. So it's mutually beneficial for everyone because, we know as well as anyone that if we come into a community and it's not beneficial, that it's going to be a challenging relationship the entire time of operation. So, we really focus on community relations and want to ensure that we're being a good neighbor and it's beneficial for everyone.
I like to see a list and addresses of, your facilities.
Sure.
So that way, I don't want you to pick the top 5, just give me your whole list and maybe I'll do a little investigating, call county commissioners and the mayors and just get the inputs.
We can certainly provide that. If you go to our website, that's all on there, but we can get you this.
I'm here too.
Do that, please.
So what is your next step? What is the next step for you guys?
So we have submitted some permits to the DEQ, and so we're working through state level environmental permitting. And we are finalizing discussions and contracts with the landowner. And then from there, I think we're still working to understand what the parish approval process is. And
As to what approval are you looking from us?
well, I could kind of help on that. So our current ordinance doesn't address this type of facility. There's a definition there that I think this facility would fall under, but that type of facility isn't included in the language of the ordinance. That ordinance was generated, was it 25 years ago or so?
30.
So this technology is not that old. It didn't exist
Okay.
whenever that ordinance was generated. So I know Paul had a conversation with DEQ regarding this. We're just wanting to make sure that there's nothing that we have to do to modify the ordinance to update it basically for this type of facility to make sure our residents are protected.
Okay, so what's your take on it, Paul, from what you got, what you learned?
I've spoken with DEQ, I've spoken with the Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture was approached first. They're doing, and they're gonna test the fertilizer and those type of products that's gonna benefit the farming industry. DEQ, like he said, it just received, I think the preliminary request for permitting. But, my biggest, information I received is from my 3 counterparts in St. James and St. John and St. Charles. And they all told me, and I explained to them the situation and said they don't have anything in their parish government that would, for this type of specific project. But like Leroy said, it is new. It's never been done in Louisiana before. So, It's just something, I don't know if I would need to rely on assistance of a environmental, firm to help me or somebody that can really help us quickly find some answers, because it's not something I'm very familiar with either. I just need some direction from the jury. However you want me to go, I'll move in that direction.
So we have nothing in place.
Not that meets this criteria. We have ours is more for operating waste disposal facilities where waste is being housed and, you know, where it's stayed. This is more of a,
It's a
this is more of this is more of a renewable energy.
It's a byproduct that's being produced into a product,
It's a renewable
right?
energy, correct?
So
we have nothing
plants,
proper. We have
plants do it
nothing
all the time. They use
Yeah.
byproducts to make their ending product, right? But if they're following all state and federal regulations and guidelines, then what do we have to? I mean, we don't,
First thing we need to see if this place has an odor or not. If this place has an odor, I'm not in favor of this. I'm not in favor of this place being operated next to a neighborhood.
you got the largest, I think
That's the
they're
first thing we
covering the
need to
piece
know,
with the
yes.
odor. I think odor was the main concern when the conversation came up. We have one of the largest fertilizer producer in the world that's 3 to 4 miles away from Home Run Park. Okay? They're doing some renewable energy, which they're using byproducts to make a fertilizer or some gas, right? Do the math. Do the math. I don't think we need to be in a position to where we need to, I don't even think we have the capabilities of trying to police something if if DEQ and the state already has something in place. Yes, I think it'd be good that we go take a trip and see what it's all about. I like that idea.
So what if they have an odor out there? You're gonna build your house next to it?
I don't think they're gonna have it.
Alright.
Their job was to produce the signs. Let us go see. I have no problem with that. But I don't think we should try to put up any red tape to try to stop something that's gonna help improve this parish.
Let's do our little investigation.
I think that's what we are, I don't have a problem with going up there. I'm just trying to understand where we're going with it.
As long as it don't.
That's what I'm trying to
affect The
do.
residents of this parish.
I absolutely understand and appreciate the voter concerns. But we would love to host you all. We're supremely confident in our voter mitigation and our community relations with where we operate. And, we'd love to have you at the facility and demonstrate that, because that's something that I believe really stands out about us and the way we operate. So I'm extremely confident that will not be an issue, but certainly understand that you need to come and verify that.
And Jamie, I live right there too. I can smell it too. I'm just right off of 7 on the backside. I can smell it too. So I'm just as vulnerable as the folks on Home Run Park. Just as vulnerable.
We'll do our little investigation, our little homework.
So yeah, y'all set up a trip. We'd be glad to take a ride.
Yeah.
I'll set that up.
Be glad to take a ride. Any other discussion on this?
Good.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Item number 2, discuss potential location of housing of Hyundai engineering staff for construction. Just a little, brief on this. Kim put this on the agenda. I guess there've been some talks, as pertaining to the Hyundai facility that's gonna be on the west side of Donaldsonville. We've been in some, communications with, Representative Ken Brass, where this Hyundai plant sits in his district. He scheduled a meeting with a couple of us, along with Leroy just said about some parishes where they can, try to talk and discuss about potential housing. I think I mentioned it to you guys before, you're looking at 60 to 70,000 people that's gonna be coming and working right in the Modest area, along with if they continue to talk about doing the CF expansion too as well. And I've talked to some of you guys and let y'all know from the Polyaltha Road, you cut a road all the way into Canefield and tie it into 3127. That's gonna be a whole corridor because Donaldsonville cannot take no more traffic. People are gonna filter into Assumption Parish. It's coming, guys. I really believe it's coming and we need to be prepared and ready. So there are some strategic temporary housing planning things coming up. I'm glad that we're at the table once and for all with other parishes, because we have never been able to benefit like the other parishes have, but as I received a call from Ms. Torres on Monday, I did reach back out to Representative Kim Brass. Everybody's talking about, they've been having some talk about Belrose Middle School. Belrose Middle School, it's an open school. Hyundai is looking for a corporate facility. After having that conversation with State Representative Brass, information have been sent to the superintendent from Hyundai. So only thing we can do is keep our hands, fingers crossed. We're at the table now. It's up to Hyundai to make the decision to see exactly where they want to go. But we all know that's a full campus. They have everything. And what that can do to help our parish, it would be awesome. That's all I have as of now. And we all gonna let y'all know, Jeff, Leroy, and myself are invited to these meetings. So we definitely gonna keep y'all up abreast of what's going on. But I can tell you right now, Alcorn, along with these guys, we're gonna be fighting to try to get something. We must, and we have to try to capitalize. There's too much coming too close to us for us not to tap into it now. That's all I have on that, unless you got something. That's all I have.
The conversation with the school came about a couple of weeks ago. I was looking at phone or social media and saw Judge Menard posted something with Mayor Sullivan that Downsville were looking for a temporary facility for Hyundai staff to crank up. And I said, shoot, man, what we have in the parish, And I said, shoot, on that end of the parish would be good. And man, the light bulb went off. I said, Belrose, the schools are consolidating. Belrose Middle School is gonna be 2 miles from the parish line, 3 miles maybe. You know, so I called Tony right away and just say, hey, man, can you put this bug in the mayor's ear? And she did, and she called me right back and said he's excited. You know, in the meantime, I contacted the superintendent to didn't want to overstep my bound there on him, you know, so you know, he's excited, you know, thinking, you know, we could get something out of here. I mean, it's a beautiful campus. We have some generator power there. We won't take a whole lot of got a cafeteria there and all that stuff. So I get something might not ever happen, you know what I'm saying? But just to think out the box a little bit, and hopefully, you know, we may get something. I mean, personally, I think it'd be ideal facility. You know, they can even turn that if possible into some housing for the staff, you know, with a cafeteria, with a gymnasium, so, and with some generator power if they have it, you know, so I mean, you know, I think any other facility in Dallas will offer that. So I talked to Ken, Monday, and, there's some conversation going on, so hopefully it pans out. But everybody get in, brainstorm about anything that we could possibly benefit from, man. Let's propose it. You know, let's propose and see what happens. There we go.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? All opposed, ayes have it. Road and Bridge Committee meeting, let the members, all members are present. Mr. Chair, I'm asking that we table this to the regular meeting. Mr. Savoy is en route. He had a family emergency, but he is en route because he has an obligation to deliver us our stuff tonight. So I'm asking that we table this to 6 o'clock.
All right, we do the Engineering Grants Committee meeting, call to order. Record reflect all members are present. First item is update from GIS Engineering. Jordan Moore, Bertrandville, Belrose, Pottenville.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Fay on GIS Engineering. The Joe Lamar Street project, we completed the modeling on that and provided that to the very last board meeting, and we also submitted a proposal or a plan moving forward based on that modeling. I believe it may be on the next
the next agenda. Bertramville, we, submitted our recommendation. They have been a little, it was on Monday, to proceed, is our recommendation to proceed with the substantial completion. We provided punch lists to the parish, for their review, and contingent upon their recommendation, we will, proceed either way. They do have some, touch-up items that need to be addressed, and I'm still waiting on the survey, to come back to get everything all in one shot.
You're not looking for substantial tonight.
Sir?
You're looking for substantial completion tonight, are you?
It's up to y'all.
I would prefer we get the survey back to make sure
That's
that,
what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and in that recommendation, we're withholding their last fee application along with their retainage, so we have some leverage. And the contractor is. Okay. No problem.
Excuse me, Dwayne, on Jolamore, the proposal's in their packet,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it on the agenda.
where it's just under Jolamore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have
Okay. Yeah, so we worked with our grant writer and submitted to y'all an additional scope, if you will, for the Joe Lamar project, which we believe, based on the modeling, would be more beneficial to the parish to allocate those funds to proceed with that phase of it versus the initial phase that was gonna change all those culverts. And so we don't need an answer tonight, you know, if you have one, great. But we're looking to rephase or add an additional scope to that. And we submitted the reasoning behind that, why we feel it'd be beneficial. Y'all want to push that on to the next meeting to give us an answer, that'd be great.
Yes.
Okay. Melrose Lane, still just waiting in direction in that, illegal procurement. What's that? I'm sorry.
We go to Belrow Lane, let's talk about the funding for the design of the next phase. See, did you say it'd be eligible to go Mason?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Can you explain it to the jury?
Jacob, want to go? More on the technical side of things.
Mesa in law, as Jacob Lusky, GIS engineering, Mesa has defined pretty much the rules or what the project needs to obtain or perform in order to use those funds. And so inside of that, is it included in that? I'm not. But with that, changing out culverts in the neighborhood
Yes.
is not really subject to Go Mesa dollars. However, if you have positive impact on habitat, on the drainage improvements, that is geared more towards Go Mesa. So there's literature. I'm not sure if it's in that writing. I can get it to you. But for that reason, the additional scoping actually fits better for the Go Mesa funding piece. So with that being said, confident that Go Mesa funding can be used on the additional scoping, which addresses downstream, not necessarily in the subdivision. So that's pretty much the gist of it.
I guess my question was, can we use that Go Mason money to pay for the design?
Yes, it can be used for planning, design, and construction. It's on the jury's opinion of how y'all want to proceed.
All right, thank you.
Did we RFQ for that?
If it's additional scope, I don't know if that's necessary.
No, I'm just saying on the original, when we got them to do this.
No, that was paid with.
If that was played with
dollars.
local, then we can't use Go Mesa money for,
We'd have to RFQ
we'd
it
have the RFQ.
before you could use it.
Yeah.
But
We can already do it.
yes, I don't know, something to think about though. I would think, I mean, we paid for engineering for the project to solve a problem. The deliverable that we got doesn't solve the problem, and that's what they're here to tell us. I think the question that we need to have is, have we already paid for this engineering and we just didn't get the right product yet?
Well, I think
So we
we
need our money
didn't,
back then.
we didn't get all we wanted, but we're still gonna use some of that engineering in the phase two part of it. Once we get this water moving out, then we still would have to go back and change some of the bad covers up front to get that water back. We don't wanna put all the water to the back and we can't get it out. And
No,
flood people
I
back.
completely understand. I just want to make sure that it's addressed. I
Yeah.
know I know your intentions are in the right place. All right. Do we have a projected cost for a phase one engineering fee? That way we know if we can cover it with local dollars or if we have to look for other sources?
No, but I feel fairly confident it's gonna be substantially lower than 1.2 million that was allocated for that.
Wow.
Now,
The construction dollars.
The construction cost you're saying would be?
Yeah.
Substantially lower.
Yes,
The gist of it is, replacing culvert beneath crossover to allow the water to get into the downstream.
it would be in addition to what you just mentioned, and digging out the outflow canals to the Berkshire Canal or replacing,
Which has just been,
which is just.
Okay.
get the water there.
And without getting into the engineering of it, no, I don't know the construction cost on that. We would have to take the model that we built and then start adjusting it for culvert sizes to where we see the flooding.
No, I was actually talking about the professional fees.
The design.
To do it.
But
to do it.
professional fees would be based on the construction costs. Be based on the concur.
And that's what I'm just trying to see if it would be,
Without the construction costs, I can't tell you the design fees.
Can we get back to?
Yeah.
We're not waiting all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Hey, we wasted this much time, so.
I'll have something for you by next meeting.
Next meeting, we'll have some.
we're just trying to see if we need to go through the RFQ process or if we have, you know.
Try to get our money
drainage
back
dollars
from
that we
those.
covered.
We don't have drainage dollars, so.
Oh, he took it all.
Yeah, we'll get something together, y'all, and you'll receive it by the next meeting.
All right, thank you.
And
Chris, do you wanna-
we'll put a contingency on it as well, just, without running the model to know what size culverts we need. Okay, that's it.
Just to save time, do you want to just start advertising for RFQ now?
I think we need to. I don't have.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we advertise for RFQs for,
What phase would that be though?
it's phase one, right?
That would be a phase one, what you have in your hands would be a phase two. You couldn't replace the culvert until you get the downstream taken care of.
Definitely.
Or phase, call it phase.
There's one.
There's a motion by
Leroy.
Leroy, request to go out for RFQs for phase one.
Crossover would be phase two.
No, the phase two would be to work in the subdivision to fix the drainage there. You don't want to complete phase two before phase one, so he's just renaming it phase.
I don't know. So what's the timeline on Bayou St. Vincent? Are y'all looking on that?
Let's take this one. Hold up. Frank Granville, there's a motion on the floor request to go out for RFQs for phase one, motion by Mr. Blanchard,
Second by Jamie.
second by Jamie, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
Yeah, I St. Vincent. Let's look.
Like you said, we're working on it and getting as much information as fast as we can.
Belrose Lane,
Belrose Lane, we're still waiting on, the parish to let us know when their side of it, of procuring the culverts and all that, to where we can, re-scope it, if you will, whatever. The desire is gonna be,
Yeah, the culverts are, what, I think Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Next week.
We're off next week on Tuesday.
Yeah, so Joseph's the engineer working on that, so, he'd have to modify his plans.
But we still gotta look at the total price of that project cost, because we cannot have parish labor and Go Mesa. We talked about that for a previous project. It's the
I
same
understand, but
thing.
the goal there, and I met with Brian about it, is rescoping the project so that it's these culverts were not included in that original scope of the project that we had, that we went out to bid on. They were separate.
It doesn't matter the scope of the project. You still gotta look at the construction cost of the project.
Alright.
You can't get away from looking at the total cost. Can't piecemeal it.
We'll add these culverts after.
What's that?
We'll just add the culverts after that.
We're not even putting the culverts in. The sugar mill's putting the culverts in for us.
Spot of culverts.
But there's sections of outfalls that we already have projects from 2023 to be cleaned by the parish that are not part of the project. The project that we're gonna be doing there is limited exclusively to fixing the drainage along the roadways. These other projects are being handled separately. They're not the same project. So it's,
All right, Platte Mill Drainage Project,
That was still ongoing and we're handling Davis as they come in.
hydraulic study Labrador.
That is currently being worked on as we speak. I don't have a timeline in this meeting, but,
Have him come in next week.
yeah, definitely.
All right, anything else for DIS? Any questions, guys? Any more information, guys? No?
Sir.
Anything else from us?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Update from Diplantis Design Group concerning Gerald Street ring levies.
Afternoon, Council, Brad Hester, representing Finest Design Group. Please. All right, Leroy, what you're gonna be looking at is a cost breakdown based off of the quotes that we received from all seven. I know, man.
Spell it out, Leroy. Spell it out. I know it's a lot of money. That's why it's small. Spell it out. Spell it
So
out.
Joe asked you to also go ahead and put together an option breakdown for the cheapest cost we got from each bank. So what you're gonna be looking at, Leroy, is cheapest for Cedar Grove Amendment 1. And then also the quote we received today from Bayou Terrebonne, which was 17.5 per acre for Cypress Tupelo, which is probably gonna be the best game in town. They were looking at anywhere from 39,000 for LDNR BLH. I would draw your attention to the option 2, which for right now is actually the cheapest cost. However, what I want to highlight is we approach JMB companies, which is Cedar Grove Amendment 1, to get down some of these exorbitant costs, and they have entertained the idea of becoming a preferred bank. However, there are some stipulations that are going to run along with that. So they had asked that we potentially, float the idea to the council, and if they want to meet, or if y'all are okay with it, they want to do a lunch and learn, and maybe again just get a guarantee on what we're looking at over the next 5-10 years for any additional mitigation, and then they may bring down the cost, but they won't give us a cost until we get confirmation. So we're playing a little bit of a game with JMB. However, Rez today, we asked them, look, Pierce only has so much money, so this becomes cost prohibitive. Named a price, and they came down to that price. So they're willing to play ball with us. Now, Joe Keeler did want me to convey also, if the banks, approach y'all privately to negotiate without DDG present, whatever they quote y'all, whatever bids they provide you, just make sure we're keeping that a file on that, because again, they could go further down. Now, some of the other options that we have are going to be a variance request. Joe asked me to explore this, and this is kind of for y'all's information, it's kind of a secret that OCM is kind of strapped to the chest. That's Office of Coast Management. And what it essentially will do is you can propose not being able to pay or not having any of the budgetary confinements, be able to pay for that. Then we can request a variance from OCM. Now, we just tell you guys, it's going to add 30 days of public notice back. It carries a $250 fee. And the DDG would also have to put together some form of economic analysis to show why it's cost prohibitive. So that's not really the option that we're going to be suggesting at this time. what we'd like to see is some negotiations with Res to get they don't have BLH, right? So what we're gonna have to do is go to Res at Bayou Terrebonne, Coastal Mitigation Bank. We get our Cypress Tupelo, both LDNR USAIDs, be 10 acres, call it a day. Then we go to Avoca Island, who's given us the cheapest price on BLH, LDNR, to satisfy both agencies, and then buy 1 acre from them, 2 contracts, right? I have forgotten, what we try to do is display the cost disparity between doing separate banking from, for example, Bayou Maribel, which is outside the coastal zone, right? Which is cheaper for the core, but you're still required to pay for the coastal credits, right? So with the combined cost for that, we were looking at a combined cost of around $400,000. So I just wanted to give you a baseline of, if we do try to cherry pick this, piecemeal it, it's ultimately going to wind up being more expensive. So there's 2 options, options 1 and 2, are the vision, in my opinion, on what options we should go with for selection mitigation bank. However, if you guys want to go down the road of meeting with JMB, that could bear fruit. And again, I'm not guaranteeing this, but we could be talking about a $60,000 cost savings. Yeah, don't quote me on that. But that was, we told them, it's like, we want 170, period. Yeah, between 170 and 200 is the magic number for the parish. Otherwise, it's going to be cost prohibitive. So, and Joe's asked that we just fight to try to keep getting the price down. If it's still too expensive, you can go to OCM, do a variance request. But guys, spent 10 years there, look at 4 or 5 of them. They take forever. They've never been approved. Not in my 10 years there. And to me, it's a waste of time. But again, we want to lay all the options down on the table. This, I know it's convoluted. It's the mitigation bank business, right? So, and we've tried to put this on rails to just get y'all the cheapest price. And Joe's asked me, been adamant, get y'all between 170, 220. That's the target. So we're shooting for that. Okay. It's unfortunate we're dealing with, and when we talked about this last time, the second most expensive type of habitat, right? It's when you have LDNR involved, you have to satisfy them and the core. And the cost of those LDNR credits, surprise, surprise, are 2 times the cost of the USAID credit, right? You're satisfying 2 agencies. So in a perfect world, we could go to a separate bank or just buy from the core and tell LDNR to get punch sand. But that just, unfortunately, when you're inside the coastal zone now, as y'all are, they take jurisdiction over the whole entire process. So that's the uphill battle we're going to fight. So I also did, for JMB companies, the offer that they laid in examples of the contractual agreement that they made with Florida DOTD. I'll offer y'all that. Please take a look at it. If it's y'all's liking, y'all want to go down that road, and we can initiate conversations with JMB, set up a meeting with the council, either lunch and learn, and then they may come down on the price. Also, I did want to, again, remember the reaches that we had DDG had put together the maps for. I floated the idea to Joe. We can pull the geometry for all those other levee reaches that y'all potentially have on the docket for the next 5 years and get a nice solid number for what y'all could be looking to impact in the next 5 to 10 years. So just let us know if you need us to test that, or if y'all want to meet the JMP or go down the variance, or the simplest option would be to go ahead and select your banks, what you want to buy from who you want to buy, and then we'll go ahead and we'll approach USAID's and OCM to make sure I'll run it through their numbers system, and then they'll make sure that we're okay to.
I'm against mitigation all the way. I hate mitigation. I think it put money in somebody else's pocket, a rich man's pocket. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Taking money out of somebody. We're doing a state project, and we got to pay mitigation that's to protect people's homes.
Yep.
Don't make sense.
And unfortunately, you know, when I was at the state, I argued this all the time. It's and the response is always the resource in which lays on the land belongs to the people, right? And it's
We're trying to protect people's homes.
and that's
In Louisiana, okay?
from flood protection.
Flood protection.
Correct.
You will make us pay mitigation? I think.
Yeah, and look, and that's why for OCM, for the state, right, the variance exists. But if you go looking for it, let me tell you, it's buried under regulations. You know, we know about it, we can implement it, we can use it as a tool if we can. It's just at the end of the day, you know, it's going to cost more money. And here's the onus of the whole deal. The core is not going to move, right? Now, again, we've sent our political representative to the governor's office as well
to fight exactly the same fight you're saying, because we believe it's unfair, especially with what happened in Texas this past weekend, to make y'all have to go through the mitigation process. Unfortunately, it's part of the statutory requirement for permitting things for LD and R. So, did y'all have any more questions for us?
You still ain't give a price? What the price is?
No.
It's gonna be in the 200 to 250,000 range.
Correct.
170 to 220.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, that's what he's wanting them to get it down to.
Yeah.
You have to negotiate down to that price.
And that's what we did with Reds. We told them we wanted it 175, 17.5, do it, or you're not gonna be on the list. And so we shoehorned them in for tonight, because originally they were quoting us 38,000, which is highway robbery. Anything between, to me, 28 and 48, that ain't right. And I'll just say, look, happy that you only got brackish marsh in Parish, because $100,000 an acre for that.
We ain't got the money you asking for now.
So, look,
We fighting, trust me.
so the variance is not off the table.
The variance is absolutely not.
know
off
what I'm
the
saying?
table. Y'all say the word, we'll go up.
Not gonna be a little time, but we'll get me and Myron will go to Baton Rouge and sick Myron on him.
That's,
What's gonna happen?
honestly, that's,
No, we don't need no answer tonight. Just give us the paperwork, we will work on that.
Yeah.
yeah, and look, y'all got the options, and also I'm gonna, just again, from JMB companies, if y'all are interested in this, that's why I listed them in the top two options. They wouldn't tell us what they were willing to go down, but it seemed like they could make a guarantee, be y'all's preferred bank, pseudo, permittee responsible mitigation plan, that they would go down the price, so. I wish we could set the price for y'all, just, unfortunately we can't.
We appreciate it.
No. Fight for, there's.
Look, I'll just put a plug down. If y'all need DDG to provide y'all like a permit matrix for all state, local, and federal permitting efforts,
Get with Joe and let me know. We can put together a permit matrix so y'all better understand what the requirements are.
Can you email that summary?
Yeah, the option summary. Yeah.
With the colors, I won't even be able to copy.
Look, and that's directly from our spreadsheet, and Joe had the same concerns. He's like, man, this is like reading hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
And the reason it's like that is, we went through 3 quote process. It's like every time we check back with them, they're going up and up on the price. So I know the options are set forth, and those are piecemealing BLH versus Cypress and giving y'all the best price and making it out. So yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll Kim, Jamie, and Leroy want a copy of all of the options.
No, we sent.
Send it to everybody.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks,
All right, update from Infinity Engineering on Parish Water Sewer Plant Improvements Project. Brian?
Yes, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Got an update for us?
Yes, I got a message from Kim this morning that y'all received the contract from the contractor. We're just waiting on a signature. Once she'll tell us everything's executed, we can issue a notice to proceed. I'm thinking that'll be sometime next week, if we can get the contract signed this week.
What's your update?
I have the contract here for Leroy to sign.
Okay.
And you go. It is on time.
Yeah, everything's good to sign.
Everything's good, so we have the contract signed tonight.
Okay, are y'all okay with issuing a notice to proceed date for next week?
As soon as the contracts are signed, we'll scan a copy into you, Brian, and then you can move forward with issuing that notice to proceed.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Did we already get authority to sign those contracts?
Yes.
We did? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Update from Special Programs Director, Grants Coordinator.
I have an update from ELOS on Cassian Canal. She said that they are finishing up the application updates now that the H&H study has been completed and approved. The GIS proposal dated May 1st, 2025 should have been executed after the cost reasonableness was completed. But she wasn't sure if the proposal had been officially accepted or executed. The monthly status meeting with OCD was held on June 26th. The reimbursement request has been submitted to OCD. And on Bayou St. Vincent, the cost reasonableness and review of the revised proposal from GIS has been completed. The proposal is for survey services only and will be considered phase one. Phase two will include engineering, design, bidding, and construction management services. All services approved through the RFQ process. A proposal will be prepared for the scope of work after phase one is underway. The survey data is phase one. In phase one is needed to complete the hydraulic, the H&H study required by the state before the project can proceed. The monthly status meeting with OCD was handled via email discussed on July 3rd. The reimbursement request has been submitted to OCD.
You need any action from the jury for, tossing it? You said she wasn't sure about something. You know,
She wasn't sure about the proposal that was officially accepted and executed.
you're not sure.
I don't know what proposal she's talking about.
And when I tried to get back in contact with her, I didn't get a message back from her.
All right, just dig into it a little bit more. If any action needs to be done from us.
Okay, I'll find out.
And the phase one for St. Vincent that you mentioned, that engineering cost is gonna be covered by the state, not gonna go against project dollars.
Mhm.
All right, that's always good. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
That's it? Any questions for the grants coordinator? No questions. We'll go to the next item. Update from South Central Planning and Development Commission. Discuss restore multi-year plan. Mr. Backgarden.
Yes, sir. Pat Gordon with, South Central Planning Director. And a few months ago, I came to you and discussed a little bit the project that we were assigned for the, restore multi-year, plan. And we discussed a little bit of what was eligible and what wasn't eligible. And I just wanted to let you know that, right now, Assumption has $684,000 with Restore, and that was as of April 21st, 2025. I don't know if any money has been drawn down from that, but you wouldn't be able to spend it because you need the plan. And there's several items, activities that you can apply for. With the plan, you could do restoration and protection, mitigation, workforce development, improvements to state parks, infrastructure projects, coastal flood protection, planning assistance, administrative cost, promotion of tourism, and promotion of consumption of seafood harvested from the Gulf Coast region. So, with $684,000, I mean, you can't do any really big projects with
We
that.
already have projects started, right, in Gerald Street. Do some of that.
Yeah, but we have to decommit these dollars first. These dollars were committed to.
You have to have a plan to
No.
submit to the Treasurer's Department. Then they approve it, then you can spend the money. That's what I understand.
Isn't it correct that the restore dollars were allocated towards the Bayou Shane operation and maintenance?
Yep.
So that's,
That's already.
they haven't asked for any money yet.
Okay, that's.
We need to get a commitment from the St. Mary Levy District so that we can rescind that allocation from the jury and then make the funds available for other projects.
Okay. all
So,
right.
so it
So
was
is there
put out,
anything
so,
I need to do to get this going then?
no, so we can still come up with a plan because I
Okay.
think there may be some dollars there that have not been allocated, but I know that an allocation was made of 100,000 per year once the barge had started being operated, but since then, a lot of things have changed and the St. Mary Levy District took over operation and maintenance of it.
Okay.
They haven't asked the parishes for any dollars to this point. We need confirmation from them that they don't need the money before we can spend the money on something else.
That's a letter.
Be
That's a
quiet,
letter.
Leroy, be
That's a
quiet,
letter you
man.
probably don't want to send.
Don't say nothing.
Well, we can't spend the money
You gotta
somewhere
do
else.
it.
We already
We
allocated.
We got to contact.
Yeah, we gotta know.
And just, Kim, why don't you just forward a letter to them and say, find out what the status, are we still on the hook? What's the obligation to St. Mary
Yeah, that money stay tied.
from Assumption and all that stuff. So, yeah, we got to do that before we even try to start a plan.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to let you know that, looking at all the information that I have, looked like GIS put a pretty good drainage plan together for y'all a couple of years ago. And, a lot of good projects in the plan, but no sources of funding.
Yeah.
And, certainly you could use this for planning purposes. And, you could come up with a plan on how to address those projects that are within the GIS drainage plan. And that would be a recommendation. with The limited funds that you have for this.
Right. Main thing we need to find out with, please,
Okay.
still committed. I'd rather not go through the mother hoops yet. I'll give you a list yet until.
We'll just put it on hold for right now, and I will be back at the next meeting, to give you an update on the projects that we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
right.
Update on Ag Center roof project. Brian, you got anything on that? Nothing. Update on courthouse renovation project.
No, Paul and myself, we have a meeting with the representatives from the architectural firm next week.
Put a little foot on the pedal on that.
Yep.
On this matter also, I'm requesting authorization for us to submit a scope change to LAGAP relative to the courthouse renovations project that we have been awarded to reflect usage of the funds for upgrades to plumbing, water, and the guts rather than cosmetic, because we're never gonna do the cosmetic till that other stuff is done.
Yeah.
So we just think if we can get them to revise that, then Brian can have that money in.
Make a motion to revise.
So motion by Mr. Palmville, second by Mr. Blanchard to, change the, scope change for the gap funding for the courthouse. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Discuss Shell Beach boat launch.
But I just know where we are with that, in the first topic.
All right, so the.
So, we were waiting to hear from Baton Rouge on if we could proceed in purchasing a property. And they said that we can, and we did contact Mr. Tommy. He was on vacation last week, so they should be getting with us to set up a date and time to purchase the property.
Good. All right.
All right. Next item, request preliminary approval for a new manufactured home park at 115, 115A, 115B, Center Street, and 316, 316A, 316B, Highway 4,
And Justin said that there was a scope change in this, so we excited to be taken.
Table number 9.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Brewer, all in favor? Opposed, be adjourned.
All right, I'm gonna tell you right now.
All right, we'll call to order our regular meeting of the police jury for July 9th, 2025. Let the record reflect all members are present. Please rise for our prayer to be followed by a pledge. God who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Such pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any corrections to be made for the minutes for June 11th and 25th of 2025? Here none, I entertain a motion to approve those minutes. Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Public comment period. This time we accept public comment for any item on the agenda.
Gordon Temple, 149 Home Run Parkway, Ghana. I had the pleasure of meeting with these guys right here from the Vanguard and stuff, and there was about 6 or 7 persons in the subdivision. And yeah, they mentioned some of the things that we concerned about. Definitely was concerned about anything toxic, getting into them Canes fields, leaking down to the subdivision, okay? And being just coming to our waterway, period, ditches of water in any form or fashion, it was thorough. We're worried about the size of this situation, how big it might be or not. I heard one comment that we didn't have come up in the meeting, that was about how much transportation or how many trucks might be coming in and out of there. When you take 25 or 30 tractor trailers and you mix it up with the neighbor next door that got a fleet of dump trucks, you're talking about maybe 75 vehicles, heavy vehicles running up and down the road constantly. So that's gonna be a concern too. Absolutely. You know, property value. Throw something on top of us, we don't know what's gonna happen to the property value. And I want y'all to understand, I'm excited about this. I'm glad because I've been waiting for something like this to happen. And I've been knowing for years if you had any economic development take place in this parish, it's gonna be on the northern end because there's nowhere else for y'all to do it. You know, but we don't want to be the sacrificial lambs too. We don't want to be forgotten about. We want them to dot their I's and cross their T's, and I want y'all to hold them liable for some of the comments that they made here today about things they're gonna do. We asked them about jobs, want some jobs coming here for Assumption Parish.
Right.
I want some jobs. I asked them about training, start training in high school, not just community college. They can start in high school, training some of these kids or some of these jobs that might go on in that plant. So I thought that was a plus too. So we can retain that as an income. Permits. I was thinking about the permits while Paul was talking, and I don't know. I guess the permits is not a done deal yet because you have to get to the end and they have to be in compliance to get those permits. Am I right?
Sir.
So if they're not in compliance to DEQ and all the other stuff that goes along with it, then permits will be denied. Am I right?
Sure.
Okay. Other thing being is, this train's moving kind of fast. It really is moving kind of. I mean, 6 months or 5.5 months might seem like a long time, but it's not. It's gonna go like that. Big Daddy, I appreciate the fact that you made the comment of, yeah, let's get somebody up in those areas and some of them places and let y'all handpick where y'all might want to go see. I don't want to see these guys go with y'all right behind y'all, right before y'all, so they can prime all the people before y'all come.
That's right.
And they're nice. I don't have anything against the places. That's just the way it is.
Right.
You know, it's just the way it is. But we're concerned about our property. We're concerned about any toxicities that might get into the waterways. The result, what is satisfied some of that. I got my wife with me today. I'm telling you, she's gonna check them out. She's a checker. She's gonna check them out. So if they make comments and they go on a record with them, we're gonna find out if they're accurate and come back in. And I hope this goes all nice and warm and fuzzy the way it's coming out. And we make some money out of this whole situation for everybody because we need it. Thank y'all.
Thank
Thank you, brother.
Another public comment? Last call? Here now, we'll move on. Drainage Committee report, Chairman Pineville.
Yes, sir. The Drainage Committee meeting was held this afternoon at 4:20. All members were present. We had no update on item number 1. We have reappointed Albert Landry Jr., Mabel Phipser, and Ms. Michelle to the Knox Subdivision Gravity Drainage District. We approved for overage on project 93-199. We, Mr. Calabro is still working on the CA for the installation of culverts and drainage work. We approved the catch basin at 4430 Plantation Drive. We approved to install an outfall at 3809 Highway 308. We approved the culvert replacement at 256 Cindy Street. We approved the culvert replacement at 218 North Hollywood Road. We approved the additional funds for project 93-245. We approved 2 catch basins at the Downbrook Pump area. We approved for parish labor for the flap gate at Highway 70 Gary Street. And no action on the update on North Bay Road. Ron and Mr. Calabro will be working on that together. We approved additional funds for 93-249. Present this all in form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Drainage Committee report accepted. Personnel Committee report, Chairman Diaz.
Personnel Committee met at 4:37. All members were present. One item, we approved the 2 weeks FMLA leave for Assistant Parish Manager. I present this in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And just like to note, Mr. Hebert, glad to see you on your road to recovery and back at work. The Finance Committee met at 4:37 today. All members were present. We approved to pay the list of bills submitted through July 3rd, 2025. We heard from the Chamber of Commerce and were given a copy of their quarterly report and authorized their second quarter payment. We approved for the president to sign the addendum to the engagement letter with Eisner Ampner for audit services. Entertain a motion to accept. Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Economic Development Committee report, Chairman Alcorn.
Economic Development Committee, met this afternoon, all members were present. We heard from representatives from Vanguard Renewables regarding a proposed facilities. Things are still in the works, and Vanguard is trying to, as of now, trying to set up some type of visit to their other facilities. Also, item number 2, we had a brief discussion regarding the Hyundai plant that is coming to the west side of Donaldsonville, and brief discussion talking about temporary housing. There will be some upcoming meetings for a few jurors to go and have those discussions, and we'll report back to the jury. No, at this time, we had no, at this time, this is my report.
Second.
Motion to accept the report by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed?
Bring to the end of the meeting.
Motion carried. Well, we'll still get an update. Road and Bridge Committee report, Chairman Alcorn.
We'll get an update as Mr. Sabwa get here with all the materials. He's en route. So I'll give you an update. We'll catch you at the end of the meeting.
Engineering Grants Committee report, Chairman Nakam.
Yes, all members are present. We had an update from GIS Engineering concerning Bellamore, Bertrandville, Bell Road, and Platteville. We request to go out for RFQs for phase 1 for Bertrandville drainage project. We had an update from.
No, not Bertrand, Tullamore.
That's what I say, Jullimore. See, you gotta look at my arrows. Jullimore. We had an update from the Plan of Design Group. We had an update from Affinity Engineering, authorized the we didn't authorize, but in Parish. Please, your president will sign the contracts this evening. Update from the Special Programs Director Coordinator. We had an update from South Central Planning, Development Commission, table number 6. Update of the courthouse renovations project. I think,
Scope change.
yeah, and there'll be a scope change, from the gap, to the gap to change the project. We discussed the, Shell Beach boat launch. And with table number 9, present all that in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. South Coast Gas Company, Mr. Michael St. Romain.
Yeah.
Now, here, I did, have a conversation with Mr. Michael back a couple weeks ago. And he did let me know that there is no funds for any improvements on these lawns. There's no funds available. So I'm not sure what he has in mind and what he wants to do. But, I think we need to move forward with something, maybe sending a letter or to the Public Service Commissioner. Because what they did didn't help out any by, being able to monitor the intern of the gas pressure at the meter stations. It did not help it.
Next item, request approval and authorization for the president to sign, before we move on. You want to get a motion to have a letter sent to the Public
Yes, I'd
Service
like to have a
Commission?
motion, make a motion to send to the Public Service Commissioner asking for help, with our gas pressure situation in Kelport, Bell River area.
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed?
Hey, which
Motion
one,
carried.
which one represents us? Public Service Commission. Which one represents Assumption? I don't know.
We have 2 of them, I don't know, I heard that.
I think there's three, well, state.
No, I'm talking about some.
Let's see, well.
Next item, request approval and authorization for the president to sign the Section 8 contract with Mr. Roberto Macedo and Associates effective October 1st, 2025 to October 1st, 2027.
They are interested in extending that contract, so we are definitely interested.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for the president to sign the design report from DOTD on Route to Cajun over Bayou Pierreport. So this is the bridge replacement for what's known as the Coon Road Bridge that connects Route to Cajun to Coon Road. The state is nearing the end of their report, but they required a parish, since it's a parish road, to review the design report. Motion by
So
Mr.
this is gonna
Nakam.
be an open ramp?
No, they're replacing the bridge,
Is that under?
basically in kind.
That's under the.
All system
Okay, good.
road program, yeah.
Good.
Motion by Mr. Nakam.
Yes.
Second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to amend ordinance 2512 relative to the Labrador Recreation District to appoint Ms. Shona Berg, Ward 2 for a 2-year term. Motion by Mr. Nakam. Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Discuss ordinance relating to waste disposal facilities for recycling and composting. We basically had a discussion earlier with Vanguard. I did not know that they were gonna be on the agenda during the committee meeting, so I'll put an item here for the regular meeting. So really no action at this time for this item. Next item, request approval of first phase of the derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 200 Shell Beach Road.
Yeah, motion on that.
Second.
No
Motion.
power, right, Kate?
No power, it's half burnt down.
Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of first phase of derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 298 Highway 998.
You want to trailer to the right?
They want all three of them.
Will be utility pole, will they not have power?
They said they don't. I didn't go,
We gotta
well,
verify.
okay, there was a man in the yard whenever I went to take pictures. They said they don't have power, but
They have power, they just request energy to cut the power.
do they,
It was derelict.
do they look derelict?
Yeah, a little.
Yeah,
I mean,
That's in Ward 7.
What derelict don't necessarily mean they have to tear it down, they gotta get it back to all.
Yeah.
okay,
They can fix them up.
On board of them.
okay,
They need to take some action. There's
okay,
a lot of rodents coming from this
okay.
property to the neighbor.
Motion.
That was the trailer that was moved back there sometime
Yeah.
ago.
so it's for all three.
They were
then.
going to,
Mhm.
redo the trailers and they've just been sitting there for years now.
That's right.
Take them out.
Right.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Fonville. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of second phase of the derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 3402 Highway 1.
Second phase going out for bid.
Yep.
So moved.
Thank all of you.
Motion by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Fonville. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of second phase of derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 151 Highway 1003.
Same thing. So moved.
Same thing.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Fonville. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to install the following long arms in road lighting district number 1, 3254 Highway 1, Napoleonville, and 3001 Highway 1, Laverdale.
You put on that, Charles?
Yeah, it's a hydraulic, operation, and the other one's at Earl's Creek Stop. I'm gonna put a ribbon on them, a red ribbon and a yellow ribbon. So they'll know when you get to make sure they fall.
Okay.
Motion by Mr. Brew,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to amend ordinance 2513 to levy grass cutting charges totaling 221520.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval for the following can shake permit, Knights of Columbus, October 10th to 11th, 2025.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Fonville, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor?
Just about.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following occupational license, the Anchor Learning Center, Laverdale, Up the Bayou Nutrition LLC, Pankerville, Cookie Cottage, Napoleonville, Beach Beads, Napoleonville, Prestige Automotive Solutions, Napoleonville.
Regarding the Anchor Learning Center, we had a revised application sent in today because the location will not be in Laverdale. It will be in Napoleonville, down the Cook Shack Road. So I just wanted you all to know that.
So moved.
Really?
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Okay.
second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I do have, one deviation, regarding a can shake permit for American Legion, and, the date that they're asking for is, August 9th. So if we wait till the next meeting, we'll be within the 30 days.
Motion deviate.
Motion to deviate by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Entertain a motion to approve can shake permit for American Legion Landry Domain Post 328, to be held in Pierport, August 9th, 2025. Motion by Mr. Mathern. Second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Is there any public comment regarding the can shake permit? Last call. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
So
Mr. Sidewalks called and said that he'll be here in about 5 minutes.
to deliver out.
With the bushes, we know the next meeting.
Well, you know, the way.
No, let him, we're gonna wait for, oh, I hear what you got to say.
We gotta get our roads done.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned.